pizza on Mondays.
Get Verizon Fios 100%
A man walks down the street, he says, why am I soft in the middle now? Why am I soft in the middle? The rest of my life is so hard. I need a photo opportunity. I want a shot at redemption. Don't want to end up a cartoon in a cartoon graveyard. Bone digger, dogs in the moonlight. Far away, my well-lit door. Just a beer melon. Get these mutts away from me, you know. I don't find this stuff amusing anymore. If you'll be my bodyguard, I can be your long-lost pal. I can call you Betty, and Betty, when you call me, you can call me out. A man walks down the street, he says, why am I short of attention? Got a short little span of attention, and oh, my nights are so long. Where's my wife and family? What if I die here? Who'll be my role model now that my role model is gone? He ducked back down the alley with some roly-poly little bat-faced girl. All along, there were incidents and accidents, there were hints and allegations. If you'll be my bodyguard, I can be your long-lost pal. I can call you Betty, and Betty, when you call me, you can call me out, call me out.
crazy. You've been chasing your monsters and they've been driving you bonkers, just blinding with rocket launchers of light to blow out their conscious. If you really want to juxtapose and take a darker color with the blush of rose and then you put it in your ink and watch it go, your mind is always open when your eyes are closed, because you're blind to color and you're blind to greed, blind to all the things that you don't need. And you find a mind and then you plant a seed, then you nourish it a little, let it free it up.
Sound. I live in the now, the sky's my home and I live in the clouds. Now I never, bound forever, making a change and making it better. I live for the shit, I love the pain. It's part of the journey, it's part of the game. I've been alone in the dark and the rain. I see the end and I wasn't afraid. I've been in tears and I wasn't ashamed. I hear a sound, the sound that I'm hearing is change.
You're building it up and breaking it down. Wanna give up, keep holding your ground. You're turning it up and down to the sound. You're building it up and breaking it down. Wanna give up, keep holding your ground. You're turning it up and down to the sound. Oh, the sound of change. Well, they try to put hands on my ears. Oh, the sound. In my heart, I'm still hearing it clear. Oh, the sound. Tell me, why do they fear what is real? Oh, the sound. You can't stop what is already here. Oh, the sound. You're building it.
Was in another lifetime, one of toil and blood. When blackness was a virtue, the road was full of mud. I came in from the wilderness, a creature void of form. Come in, she said, I'll give you shelter from the storm. And if I pass this way again, you can rest assured I'll always do my best for her, on that I give my word. In a world of steel-eyed death and men who are fighting to be warm. Come in, she said, I'll give ya shelter from the storm. Not a word was spoke between us.
Down, and there it is. It's 9 o'clock on this Wednesday night.
I thought it was Thursday.
I know, I'm getting ahead of myself.
A little bit more. Yeah,
pretend like you like me,
some days I do.
A little bit.
I like you some days.
It's 9 o'clock on this Wednesday night. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Live Zone Primetime. I'm producer Chris. That is Tony P. And Tony P, when you came in, you get in about anywhere between like a half an hour to an hour before the show, unless you're already doing some earlier stuff.
Right.
What was it like out when you were on your way in?
It was actually pretty decent overall. I mean, I walked out, it was kind of like just one of those kind of bland, kind of mild nights, if you will. Nothing in the air. I did see some lightning activity.
Yeah, we were
walking
watching it
into
on
Bethesda.
our Fox 5 Skycam from Frederick.
Yeah.
But this is what the Storm Tracker radar looks like right now.
Oh boy.
And Tony P, you know when we see things like this,
always
there's only one man that can respond, that can do the job,
that can make me cry.
And that man is the one and the only Michael Thomas, who joins us.
You're so awesome,
live
Mike. Why do you make
here on Live Zone Primetime?
Hello, friend.
Mike,
Hello.
you are technically not here to talk about current weather, but when it looks like this out, that's where we got to start.
Talk a little
Why
current
not
weather,
talk about
because
current weather as well, right?
That's probably what folks.
It's all linked together.
Yeah. everything's linked together.
It is everything.
It's all one big conspiracy.
Yes.
And you know when Mike's not wearing the Nintendo
He's got the
sweatshirt.
whole world.
Right. We're
He's
still
a
in the
busy
suit and
man.
tie tonight. But yeah, I mean, we got a nice line, honestly, coming through.
Yeah.
One of the better ones we've seen this entire spring. And look, we need the rain. So this is all welcome, honestly, coming through the D.C. area. Not seeing any severe weather. That's certainly nice. But you see coming right down the I-95. Would not want to be on I-95 between D.C. and Baltimore at the moment. It is absolutely coming down out there. So if you're at home, take it easy. We did have, unfortunately, some reports that this line earlier in the day was a little bit more severe. And we did see some reports of trees and power lines down up towards, say, Washington, Allegheny counties. A few reports up that way. We had some wind gusts reported over 60 miles per hour up that way. So spring storms. I mean, we've been waiting on them, honestly, for some time here. And this hopefully providing some rain that we could really use across the D.C. region. So if you give me just a moment, guys.
By all means, yeah, you
take
do what
your
you got to
time.
do. But Mike, it's been a little bit of a weather roller coaster too. Obviously, today was kind of beautiful. Actually,
Yeah, it was.
Earlier in the day, we had some sunshine. The clouds started to move in. This weekend, we're talking about starting our summer-like feel with temperatures hitting the 80s, and then next week in the 90s. Tomorrow, a little bit cooler. So we're kind of all over the map here as well.
We are a little bit all over the map. That's general springtime for you. I mean, we go back and forth. We have done it to some extremes. I mean, in April, we had 2 90-degree days. We had the most number of 80-degree days that we've ever had in the month of April. We had 11. I believe we've only done 2 so far in the month of May. So it
That's
just kind
right.
of gives you an idea of how things
far.
can flip-flop. Yeah, so far. Now, I do think we are about to turn a little bit of a page here as we head towards, as you mentioned, that weekend. We are going to see some warmer weather moving in.
And of course, I'm gone in Florida during that time once again.
Oh,
Nothing
yeah,
ever
well,
matches
Nothing,
up.
well, running down to Florida again.
Again, now let me
Boy,
ask
you
you
live a
this.
real tough life, don't you, Tony?
Hey, family's important, It's a good excuse.
Family's important.
It's important,
Yeah, it
the
is
Godfather's
important.
down there.
Right.
my friend.
Well, don't
Mike,
upset the Godfather.
I mentioned that tonight's conditions weren't the main reason that we had you coming over here. Part of the reason that we had you over here, in addition to how much we love you, is this story you posted on Fox 5's website earlier today, fox5dc.com. A super El Nino on the way, and what that means for DC weather. This potentially powerful super El Nino rapidly taking shape in the Pacific. So we did want to bring you in to talk a little bit more about what this is, what it means for the region, and why this is such a big deal.
Yeah, so I mean, I saw it making the rounds. The whole reason that prompted this article, the last couple of days, I've seen it kind of circulating on social media. A lot of the weather community gets blamed for this sometimes. A lot of hype, right? And if there's anything that we're ever accused of in the weather world, it's you guys hype everything, hype this. So I try to come in and settle kind of fears as much as I can when it comes to that kind of stuff. Again, I like my silly little iPad's not taking my name just yet, but once I get it up, I'm going to kind of go into what I think what we can expect from it. What I want to say, as we take a live look at some of the, live look.
This is some
look
video,
at some nice
some
VO.
classic conditions. So
it
Mike,
brings
while
a
you're
lot.
working on that, so one of the things, when I read through the article that stood out to me was the Super El Nino of the past and the impact that particular one had and the death toll that was possibly linked to it in not just the millions, but the tens of millions.
Yeah, so believed to have been 30 to 60 million, I think, unofficial numbers. And this was, by the way, if you don't know what we're referring to, within the article I go into, and I think this is why it's been making the rounds, the Super El Nino of 1877. Long time ago, right?
Yes.
It's been a hot minute.
Yeah, it had been a hot minute. You do have to think about the type of world that was happening at that point, the British Empire, widespread, and it wasn't just the fact. The El Nino was the cause of the drought that led to the famine. But a lot of other things were going on in the world at that time that it kind of exacerbated everything and made it much, much worse.
Right.
So I think in terms of comparing the two events, what I kind of want to stand out with that one is that's what made it go viral. People see that number and, oh my God, last time we had one like this, it killed that many people. It's going to do it again. There's a lot of debate on that 1877 case and whether or not it was as strong as the one we just had. And I would say that we've gone through, I was talking to my father yesterday who asked me, he's like a guy that never checks the internet ever, and he had this pop up on his phone, and that's kind of one of the reasons I decided to write this article. We've gone through in his lifetime, we've had accurate ocean data out that way since about 1950, give or take a few years. Satellite era kind of started in the 60s, and we got better and better every year ever since in terms of measuring the ocean. Because when we talk El Nino, and I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and fire up the graphics, and I'll show you the region of the world. When we talk about El Nino, we're not looking really near the United States. We're going down to the equatorial Pacific Ocean. And this is not a small region of water. This is thousands upon thousands of miles of water, and its impact on global weather patterns is probably the biggest single thing that impacts global weather patterns on a global scale, right? It's that important when you're doing something like a climate forecast. Now, you don't notice its impact so much during the summer as you do during the winter here in the Northern Hemisphere. And by the way, that 1877 one, 30 to 60 million people dead, I'm not really talking about the United States with that one. That was really other parts of the world. India had a terrible, terrible drought, horrible famine. They call it the Great Famine over there between, I want to say 1876 and 1879.
Wow.
A lot of that was both this drought and the fact that, at the time, I know things have changed, and I'm not saying we're not shaming anybody here, but at the time it was under British colonial control. And even though there was a famine going on and people were starving, the British were shipping out a lot of the grain. Like anything that did grow, they were exporting it. So it just wasn't a good time politically in a lot of these places where the death toll was high. China had a bad drought and a great famine of their own. Parts of South America had to deal with exceptionally dry conditions. And we go through in the article where El Nino tends to produce dry versus wet conditions. In the United States, it tends to be the opposite. We usually get pretty wet during these big El Nino cases. And one of the things I kind of led into it a little bit, the big question about the 1877 El Nino is how strong was it? All the reanalysis data that we've been able to do, it's all computer driven. We don't actually know what the water temperatures were or how strong that El Nino was. It is believed to have been one of the strongest in history, but we don't actually have that perfect data, how other ocean temperatures were lining up at that time. But estimates say it's around one of the strongest ever. Very similar case, recently 2015, 2016. That is the strongest we've ever measured. And again, those measurements accurate back to about 1950, so not a big chunk of world history there. But still, that was an extreme El Nino. And if you remember that winter, and everybody remembers it for one reason, do you know what that reason is?
Ooh,
At least here, locally. No, yes. No, it's Snowmageddon. No? That was 2010.
Okay.
That was Snowpocalypse.
2013.
Snowpocalypse.
Okay.
Oh, there was multiple ones.
No, there was multiple. Well, you weren't here in February.
I was
2010,
not.
right?
No, I was not.
You missed Snow.
I'd never even been to DC at that point. Never even seen it.
Snowmageddon was the back-to-back blizzards in February 20. We had 2 in 1 week.
Jeez.
That was a great week, Tony P. I was in college. It got me like a week and a half off.
How much
college.
Snowcrete
Were canceled.
was created?
No Snowcrete.
That's
Somehow-
crazy.
Snowcrete's new.
Snowcrete's sort of a new phenomenon
Wow.
here in DC.
That is nuts.
But everybody in 15, 16 remembers that blizzard. What most people forget, because that blizzard grabbed all the headlines, how warm that winter was. It was horribly warm, minus kind of 1, 2 weeks. We got all of our snow almost out of just that one blizzard. And as we go into the article kind of in detail, I think there have been, if you want to include 1877, fine. But if you want to just include what we have accurate data for, these very strong or super El Nino events, we've had 4 of them. 82, 83, 96, 90, or 97, 98, excuse me, and then 15, 16. All of them extremely warm winters here, like top 15 winters in terms of how warm we were in the DC region. The big question is snowfall. Because when you have an El Nino like this, you get all this warm water down in this region, and what it does is it impacts the jet stream, right? And not just that, but all this warm water, you're putting more moisture into the atmosphere. And that's one of the reasons why, after these things subside, you tend to rise global temperatures for a little while. We had what we call like El Nino hangover after 15, 16, some time here in DC where we were dealing with hot summers, warm winters. You put a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, a lot of water vapor. Water vapor does not cool quickly. It will hang up there and it will keep global temperatures high for a little while. So that's kind of the big thing that climate scientists are watching as this El Nino starts to grow. And we're still in its infant phase. This is live, like temperature departure from normal. You see all that yellow down there? We're warming up. It's not expected to kind of peak in intensity until we get closer to the fall. So this was going to be a long-term event. The last one kind of lasted, I want to say, from, it actually started in 2014, though it wasn't major at that category, but it was about a 2-year El Nino, with 15, 16 being the absolute peak of it. 1877 went 22 months. I mean, these tend to be very long-lived events when we're talking about how strong these water temperatures are going to get. So we warm water up down there. You're putting a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. Here in the United States, we happen to be just off to the north and east of where all this warm water is gathering. So when you're north and east of it, you get a lot of what we call the subtropical jet stream gets very, very active. It's grabbing a lot of moisture from that tropical region, from the Pacific, and it's throwing it towards the United States. I remember going into 15, 16, they were talking about a California drought that would never end. It was so bad. Like California was 30, 40, 50 inches below normal in terms of how their like, deficit was. And I just remember them talking about how it would possibly never end because of how bad it was and how the climate was changing and everything. These El Ninos tend to pump California with extreme moisture. It completely, 15, 16 completely erased that drought, the never-ending drought, because of how much rain California got. And that, not necessarily a good thing. They get major flooding. They can have some major issues out west. Not really this summer, more during the winter months for that. Here in the DC region, with all that warm water nearby, you're pumping like all the warmth up towards DC. Usually, and I have this map from the winter, a typical El Nino pattern, this is not a strong one, but a typical, an average El Nino, is what you want as a snow lover. You get cooler than normal conditions because of an active storm track down across the southern United States. It's warm and dry to the north. You get the jet stream dipping across the east. Just a nice recipe for maybe more substantial snowstorms here in Washington. The problem with a super El Nino or in a very strong El Nino event is it tends to be sort of an El Nino or in steroids. You have too much wind, too much strong upper level winds coming out of the south and west off that very warm water. And it just kind of warms the entire country up. We tend to just see winter, and the 1877 in many parts of the country, not here in D.C., I went back and checked the data. They did have cold periods. They did not get a lot of snow here in D.C. in 1877, but they did have cold periods. But north and west of here, across, say, Minnesota, for over 100 years, 1877 was their warmest winter on record. They just broke it 2023, 2024. Ended up taking its place recently here, but it's what's called the year without a winter in many locations because some areas never got frost, never got frozen, and this is something that we think is going to happen again as we work our way towards fall. I think you'll notice the impacts of it as early as hurricane season in a good way. More stronger upper level winds tend to limit hurricane formation. What we call wind shear tends to rip them apart. That doesn't mean we're going to have none, but it should keep the numbers on the lower end of things. National Weather Service isn't out with their call yet, but most other forecasts I've seen for this upcoming hurricane season are calling for a below average year. So something to look forward to. We tend to notice the effects more here in DC, either late summer, higher humidity, not pleasant, very sticky.
On top of what we already have.
On top of what we already have. Well, it's not that bad out there today.
No, but I'm saying just generally
Normally,
speaking.
Yeah.
That humidity
right.
ratchets up.
And you'll notice it most in overnight low. Like, we'll get hot afternoons, but we won't get as hot. We won't have 105 degree days like we do in a La Nina where the air is usually drier because it's cooler water.
Right.
When you got warmer water, more moisture in the air, you don't actually get temperatures as extreme. You have 90s, but it's harder to cool it off at night. So you'll get overnight lows in the middle 70s where your AC is running constantly, and it's just not pleasant.
Electric bills will go up.
So watch late summer for a lot of that, and then summer lingers into fall a little bit. Fall lingers more into winter a little bit. Everything's kind of slower with the progression of seasons, and we do tend to have very wet falls and then very wet winters. And wet winter doesn't mean snowy winter. However, if you get kind of lucky, so to speak, with a cold air mass coming down, even for a brief visit, and it meets up with that subtropical jet stream, that's when you have the potential for, like, not just a standard blizzard, but one of the more memorable blizzards in DC history. 82, 83 had areas getting 20 to 30 inches with their blizzard. 96, 97, we had almost no snow, 0.1 inches for the entire winter. One of the worst winters in DC history for snowfall. In fact, number one winter for DC snowfall in history. Then 2015, 16, we had another big blizzard. So the potential is higher there because you have more moisture to work with. You have a lot more atmospheric energy to work with to supercharge these storms. But if it does not come with it, if the cold kind of gets locked up in Canada, it never comes down for a visit, we're going to have a rainy, mild, kind of winter. So it'll be very much a boom or bust winter. But if we do get a blizzard this winter, it's probably going to be a top 10.
Ooh.
That's sort of
There's a big threshold here.
Big threshold.
Now I got to ask you, Mike. So when all this like comes together, and you have an El Nino for 22, 24 months, how does this impact climate change generally for the future beyond an El Nino like this?
Well, I mean, so what's funny is we actually don't really know what drives El Nino. Like, it's still a science that we're working on there.
Okay.
What causes El Nino and La Nina patterns? We're not too sure yet. But what I can tell you is I do expect a global temperature rise from the leftovers of this. We had one in 15, 16. I think we had one of the most dramatic increases ever recorded. I think it went up by like a degree Celsius or something like that globally, because you have all this warm water that when it starts to cool, it's going up atmospherically.
With the current climate change from the atmospheric perspective hitting it too, right?
Correct. So you're just putting a whole lot more water vapor into the atmosphere.
Got it.
And while eventually that water vapor does work itself out, it takes a lot longer than just, oh, El Nino's over, we're done with it. No, it's
right. Climate change is adjusted
around.
Again. No.
Yeah, no, it's a slow cool.
Gotcha, but there isn't like a structural thing that it adds on in 5 years from now. It adds on to the current climate change. It kind of goes back eventually.
No, I mean, climate change is a like constant graph, whereas
Got it.
El Nino, La Nina is kind of the
interesting.
the
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm always learning new science when I talk to you.
Bring me to Florida. We'll go to
I want to do that.
Disney World and talk climate science.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I'm excited for that. Museum of Science, we should do that too.
Mike,
Air and space.
You have no idea how excited Tony P would be for that.
Oh,
he
I'm
was
in.
already talking
I'm
last
in.
night before we even knew we were going to do this tonight about how he wanted to do content with you for weather.
I want to do a weather off. So like I do it without any help. I just kind of go, this cloud over here. You don't like to see this guy. It's like basically like a townie does the weather.
Then I gonna be like Gordon Ramsay, and I'll be
Yes,
like,
yes. That's
like you fool.
yes.
You fool.
That would be
Mike
okay.
Thomas.
That would go viral, my friend. Seriously.
Thank you so much as always.
I'd say like there's a lot of panic and whatever on social
Yes.
media that this is gonna kill a lot of people. We're so much more well prepared in the modern world as opposed to 1877. So is it still probably going to cause massive droughts and famine in some spots? Quite possibly. Hopefully not the famine part. The drought part, sure. But I think they're a lot more well prepared for it than we were 150
We should be.
And we appreciate you keeping us prepared and keeping managing expectations
Try
for
to
people,
keep
especially when it
everything
comes
level.
to social
like,
media
yes,
like
calm
this. You can
people
check out
down. We
Mike's
need that.
whole article on fox5dc.com and Fox Local. Mike Thomas, I know you got to get back to the rest of your day job. But you can see that rain has now moved into National Harbor. You see the raindrops on the camera from our Fox 5 Skycam. The Capitol wheel a little less visible than it normally is this time of night. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at some of the other stories making headlines here on Fox Local and what Tony is watching on this Wednesday night. Shout out to Mike Thomas. Thank you for breaking that down for us.
That was awesome. That was a lot of fun.
We'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back to the Live Zone Primetime on this Wednesday night. If you are watching on the YouTube live stream, you just saw some lightning in this shot from our Fox 5 Skycam at National Harbor. You can see the raindrops falling down. Mike Thomas, of course, will have a complete check on the forecast coming up here at 10 o'clock on Fox Local. But, of course, on Fox Local, you can find the weather anytime, weather on the go as well, Tony P. So, it started off beautiful, but, around here, weather can change.
Oh, it's
at the drop of
a hat. Is that all that moisture, and we're going to start seeing that humidity is back.
That's right. Before we get into our headlines and what we're watching tonight, Tony's going to have more on this in a little bit, but this is a live picture from Beijing where we're expecting to see President Trump arriving soon for a welcome ceremony with the Prime Minister of China as well. He landed a little earlier today. We're going to talk about this coming up in just a little bit as well. But in the meantime, we do want to get to some of the stories making headlines here on Fox Local, and we're starting off close to home tonight. Fairfax County's top prosecutor, Steve Descano, set to testify before Congress tomorrow. This comes a week after the Justice Department announced it's investigating his office over alleged bias in cases involving undocumented immigrants. The witness list also includes Fairfax Sheriff Stacey Kincaid, former Virginia Attorney General Jason Miyares, and Cheryl Minter, whose daughter Stephanie was allegedly murdered by a man living in the United States illegally. Fox 5's Sydney Persing is talking to another witness expected to testify tomorrow, coming up tonight at 10 and 11. A 16-year-old Walt Whitman High School student is facing multiple gun charges tonight after flashing a gun today during an altercation at Westfield Montgomery Mall in Bethesda. Emergency calls for the fight first came in around 12:12 this afternoon. Officers later arrested the teen and also confiscated a loaded 9mm handgun from his backpack during a search at Walt Whitman High School. That teenager will be tried as an adult. Fox 5 Shamari Stone following this one tonight for us on Fox Local. Investigators in Stafford County still looking for the parents of a newborn baby found abandoned in a park. A spokesperson for the sheriff's office says the baby was found abandoned on Tuesday afternoon in a small park near Embry Mill Road and Coriander Lane. A person spotted the baby and immediately called 911. Investigators are now trying to identify and locate the child's parents, saying they are concerned for their well-being and want to provide support and assistance. The Stafford County Sheriff's Office says the baby is safe and currently receiving medical care. Fox 5's Regina Ureta following this one for us tonight. Tony P., we now know who the Commanders will take on in London this season. The NFL announced earlier today they are taking on the Indianapolis Colts.
All right.
This comes after leaks about the full season schedule on Monday. The Commanders will play on October 4th at the Tottenham Spurs Stadium. Kickoff 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The full season schedule will be released tomorrow. The Commanders finished they didn't have the best season.
They did not. It's coming back though. Wizards
Meanwhile,
and Commanders.
we also learned today that JD5, that kid Jaden, will be one of the 4 quarterbacks featured in the new season of the Netflix series Quarterback, which will premiere July 14th. So I think a lot of fans psyched for that, Tony P, because we will finally get we'll learn a little bit more about our franchise quarterback. He's been pretty private so far, so I know a lot of fans excited about this one.
His whole, behind the scenes preparation, how he gets ready for games, he is known for being so focused on his craft and wanting to be the best. I'm so excited to watch this and what his technique is like, how he approaches games. He doesn't really go out that much. I know people in the DC nightlife community that say he rarely goes out. He is so focused off season and during the season to the game of football and becoming that Hall of Fame quarterback that he wants to be. And starting off pretty well. Even though last season had some troubles, he's coming back because of that energy he brings and that focus that he puts forth.
At all. All right, Tony P, let's talk about some of the other stories. You have
I don't have any water tonight. I should have got
it,
it, but I'm going to warm up because I just went to the gym and I got some good stuff coming. We're going to start with President Trump because he's arriving in Beijing today for a 2-day summit with President Xi Jinping. His first trip to China since 2017, with trade, Taiwan, and the Iran war all on the table for discussion. President Trump is hoping Xi will pressure Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz because China is Iran's largest trading partner and top oil buyer, giving Beijing obviously some real leverage. Satellite imagery released today shows the Israeli military has leveled entire neighborhoods in southern Lebanon during the Trump-brokered ceasefire, with more than 100 destructive attacks on homes, roads, bridges, and religious sites recorded since the truce took effect on April 16th. The ceasefire expires May 17th, and the U.S. is expected to mediate new talks tomorrow and Friday. The South Carolina Supreme Court unanimously overturned Alex Murdaugh's double murder convictions and ordered a new trial, ruling that court clerk Becky Hill tampered with the jury to boost sales of a book she was writing about the case. Murdaugh won't be released. He's serving a 40-year federal sentence for financial fraud on top of this. But prosecutors say that they plan to retry the murder case as soon as possible. The Senate confirmed Kevin Warsh as the 17th Federal Reserve Chair today in a 54-45 vote, succeeding Jerome Powell, whose term expires on Friday. Powell will remain on the Fed's Board of Governors, the first outgoing chair to do so since 1948. The Congressional Black Caucus warned today that as many as 19 of its members face threats from the redistricting scramble underway in Republican-controlled southern states following last week's Supreme Court ruling. CBC Chair Yvette Clarke called it devastating, unquote, while House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries said winning back the House is now the only path to a new Voting Rights Act. Corey Richards, the Utah mother who published a children's book about grief after poisoning her husband Eric with fentanyl, was sentenced today to life without the possibility of parole on what would have been Eric's 44th birthday. The couple's 3 sons each submitted letters saying they would feel unsafe if their mother was ever released. California Representative Sidney Kamliger Dove introduced the updated Pregnant Women's in Custody Act today, proposing federal tracking of pregnancy outcomes across prisons, ICE detention, and Border Patrol facilities after an investigation found widespread medical neglect in county jails, as well as ICE facilities. ICE deported 363 pregnant or nursing women in the first 14 months of the new Trump administration, with 16 miscarriages recorded during the time as well. Princeton University's faculty voted Monday to require exam proctors for the first time in 133 years, driven by AI cheating concerns and an uptick in honor code violations. The vote, ending a tradition dating back to 1893, passed with only one dissenting faculty member. That is very rare. As someone who was in the college system 5 years ago and dealt with this, that is so rare. April's producer price index rose 1.4% month over month, the biggest monthly gain since March of 2022, and nearly triple forecasts as a 15% surge in gasoline drove the annual wholesale inflation to just about 6%, the highest since December 2022. Core PPI also rose 1%, well above estimates, signaling inflation is spreading beyond oil. 9 major TV companies, including NBC Universal, Fox, Paramount, and Warner Bros. Discovery, announced today that they are joining forces through OpenAP to create a single standardized system linking TV ad exposure to real business outcomes. It is the industry's most significant collective effort yet to compete with the measurement capabilities of digital platforms. As someone who's on those platforms, this is a welcome news because I think it's going to be helpful for a lot of ads. Google unveiled a new premium laptop category today called Google Book, and it's at its Android show this week, arriving this fall from Acer, Asus, Dell, HP, and Lenovo, built around Gemini intelligence with a magic pointer cursor that surfaces AI suggestions on anything you hover over. Google also announced Gemini intelligence across all Android phones, wearable OS Android Auto, and deep phone to laptop sync capabilities as well. Netflix announced that it's upfront today that K-pop Demon Hunters, the animated film that became Netflix's most watched movie ever, with 325 million views and won 2 Oscars, is getting a global concert tour with AEG Presents, with cities and dates coming later this year. Netflix also confirmed Grown Ups 3 is in development, reuniting Adam Sandler, Kevin James, Chris Rock, David Spade, and Rob Schneider. Together once again will be directed by Kyle Newacek. Meghan Markle has become the primary breadwinner for the Sussex household, sources tell Page 6 today, with the couple reportedly needing roughly $6 million a year to cover Montecito living expenses and private security. Money is tight, sources say, and Markle is aggressively expanding her as ever brand to keep up with the costs. Another long one, but a good one. A lot of good facts there for everybody.
A lot of good stuff there.
You know, K-pop Demon Hunters is a
Rob Schneider is so lucky he has Adam Sandler in his corner.
Yes.
That man would not have a job.
Well, he was over in Hungary, I guess, doing some events for Viktor Orban before he lost. So, I mean, it may just mean that he just needs some more activity, and Adam Sandler's back to the rescue. I'm sorry, I had to put that in there because
it's totally fair.
that is a desperate move for a American actor to go basically to another country's election. That means you need something. So I don't know what's going on with him, and I think he did say that people should go fight in the wars, and because they should be a draft. It's like, why don't you go fight, Rob Schneider?
Oh, Rob
So,
Schneider.
I'm sorry,
We
but
love him.
I mean, it's like, what's it? You can do it. You can do it too, Rob.
Oh, Deuce Bigelow, male gigolo, how we love you. All right, there's that live picture from overseas as we stand by for President Trump's arrival. We are going to take a quick break, though. When we come back, we are talking about the search for a perfect match. Speaking of Netflix, the new season is out now. And coming up next, we are talking to the local star who we know and love here.
Cannot
on the
wait.
Live Zone Primetime, a familiar face to any loyal Live Zone Primetime viewers out there. First, though, we're going to leave you with this rainy, wet picture from National Harbor from our Fox 5 Skycam. Hopefully those storms making their way through quickly. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Hello, Sleepy. Let me double check. You're still muted?
Okay, yeah. I'm so tired.
We got you now. We got you now. Did you drive all night down to, if you don't mind me saying where you are?
To Georgia? Yes.
Okay.
I did. I got here at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So it was like a 5.5 hour drive. So when you texted me, I was driving and I was like, I definitely don't text and drive, and I didn't stop the whole way. So I was really exhausted.
Well, I appreciate you very much.
No, and I didn't even sleep. Like I got here and I was like, well, I might as well stay up for the show to come out. And so I'm exhausted.
All right, well, we're going to come up. We're going to do a little trailer clip, and then we'll bring you into the conversation. We'll chat about the show, chat about the differences, similarities, reality TV, all that good stuff.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
There's really no better feeling than falling in love. I would love to meet someone that I'm like, oh my gosh, let's get married tomorrow and let's have babies and like 5 poodles.
The hottest singles in the world are headed right here to Mexico to find love and their perfect match. You thought you knew the game? Well, we're changing everything.
My singles, come on in.
Oh, we shake it up.
The singles with the highest compatibility score will have your choice of anyone to take on a date tomorrow.
I will push someone off to win.
I like my odds here.
I just want to find love. I just want to find love.
In the end, the women's will jet off on a vacation to continue their romance.
I don't know what's about to happen. You just can't deny chemistry.
You just can't deny chemistry. You heard her. That was part of the trailer for the new season of Perfect Match. The first 5 episodes of season 4, Tony P, they are out now on Netflix. And one of the singles looking for love might look familiar to Live Zone Primetime viewers. You may have just seen her in that trailer. At the end, we are talking about the one and only Marissa George returning to reality TV and returning to the Live Zone Primetime, joining us now live to talk about the show, her return to reality TV, and much more. Marissa, thank you so much for joining us here on the Live Zone Primetime.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
So first of all, you're a little. Have you watched yet? 5 episodes out. Have you watched them all yet?
I stayed up just like I did for Love is Blind, and I watched every episode straight through and took my notes.
Took your notes. Okay. Has your relationship with watching yourself on reality TV gotten better since the last time?
Yes, absolutely. I do not feel the anxiety and just like all the anticipation that I felt with Love is Blind. I don't feel watching Perfect Match. If anything, I was just like, oh, this is cool and exciting. I can't wait to see me like have fun on the beach. Like I was just excited for it because I knew it wasn't like a serious dating show for me. Mm-hmm. So I was just like, I'm here to have fun, and I can't wait to see what it looks like.
Now, of course, you have that experience with Love is Blind, and now the second show for you. How did that process begin where Netflix reached out? Like, how did all this happen to get a second show like this that, again, similar, but a totally different angle?
Yeah, I was just out of a relationship, and they were like, do you want to do the show? And I said, yeah, I'm literally freshly single, and I think this would be a great time. I was very adamant during the process of like, does it have to be as serious? Like, I just got out of a relationship. Like, I'm just here for fun. Yeah. And they're like, no. This is an experience, however you want to make it. So I was like, okay, bet, I'll do it. So I felt very comfortable going in and making the experience how I wanted to make it. I was like, I'll add a little bit of drama. Like, I went in there way different from Love is Blind. Love is Blind, I was so serious, thought I was going to find my one. Perfect Match was like, let's go in and have a little fun. Maybe rock some boats, cause a little chaos, and enjoy some fun in the sun.
That can be the best way to do it sometimes when you're not as serious as they all. Again, maybe the adage is correct. Let me ask you this. Being on Love is Blind, knowing your experience, how is this show different for viewers as well as the contestants from those who may have watched the more serious shows over the years? There's so many dating shows now. But how is this one different, and what can viewers expect?
I think viewers can expect, personally, they can expect a different side of me, a different side of me that they might not like or enjoy, but they'll, kind of get that. I'm just here for fun and to just like kind of put it out there. But I think with Love is Blind, again, it was just so much more serious and you're looking for real connections. I think on Perfect Match, you're going to see a lot of just like masterminding to stay in the house. And people just like, it is about compatibility and there were genuine, connections in there, but it was more, how can I stay in the house and continue to have fun in here? And I think that's the biggest difference between that and Love is Blind.
Well, this one also pulls in cast members from all of these like Lachey series on Netflix. So everyone's coming in a little, I don't want to say like more jaded, but like, Jimmy was there. Anyone who has watched Love is Blind knows Jimmy, for example. So how does that sort of, the dynamic change a little bit?
Well, I don't know. It's just so different. It's just so not serious. That's all I can say is like you're taking seasoned reality stars and putting us all on the beach and saying like, go have fun and find out if you're compatible and compete against each other. So you're taking people who are really coming in with a game plan, I believe. There's strategy in there. And that I didn't experience on Love is Blind. So I felt like Love is Blind. I wore my heart on my sleeve on Love is Blind versus here. I just was like, probably drank a little too much and said a little bit too much that I shouldn't have said. And I was just like, screw it, I'm just here to have fun. So it's just so different. It's just so unserious.
What is it like being kind of on a set, but it really is in a resort area in Mexico, but you're being filmed? How is that different from enjoying just a regular resort in regular times? Like, it just seems like an interesting dichotomy when you're at a resort, but you're also being filmed for work.
Yeah, you forget the cameras. Just like I forgot the cameras with Love is Blind, you kind of forget the cameras here. I will say, because we all have been on different reality shows, there is a lot more, we're a lot more cognizant of the cameras and how like storylines could look like. I think that's why sometimes it takes the fun out of these type of shows, is because you're taking people who just are like thinking a little bit more. But yeah, you just kind of forget the cameras are there and you just have fun and you're like, it just is natural. We're like in our natural habitat in that environment. It's crazy. And we all really got along really well. We had a lot of fun.
That's cool.
Well, that is great to hear, obviously, and I know we can't give away too much about how it goes. Everyone has to tune in for themselves. Was there anyone you found yourself particularly gravitating towards? Anyone, even if it was just an alliance, not necessarily a romantic thing? That's my first question. And my second question is, I know you have already binged all 5 episodes. Have you heard from fans who have as well, and what has the reaction been?
Oh, the fans are mad at me.
Oh, no.
I mean, but you know what? Like, this was filmed last year. It's fine. I think I obviously connected with Damari very early on, and, you know, an edit will be an edit, and it is what it is. I think there's a lot of things that are taken out of context. I think I look a lot like someone who's like really obsessed with him, and he's probably maybe not obsessed with me, and it's just not the reality, but it's the TV show, and it causes drama, it causes tension, and it causes conversation and entertainment. And that is the purpose of the show. So I think it's so fresh. Like, there are people who are definitely already in my DMs cussing me out. And I'm just I don't know what you want me to tell you. But it's, to be honest, like, again, like, it's such a different experience from Love is Blind. I know what I came into that experience doing. I know what actually happened, and the cast does too. And that's really all that matters. Like, I'm in very good spirits compared to Love is Blind. Like, really good spirits.
Now, one of the things that I really, I totally understand that. Now, what I love about this show is that it kind of brings in these games, the strategy behind it, these couples games at times, things that are more off to the side. How does that kind of physical, kind of mini American Gladiators aspect play into this? And did you do any preparation for that? Was there any kind of working out among the different contestants to get ready for these challenges, or just more you're all winging it?
You know, some people worked out, some people winged it. I winged it. You know, if you've seen the first 2 episodes, I mean, I've won the challenges with my partner Damari.
Right.
So I'm a competitive person. You see the competitiveness come out. I think that there did have to be actual compatibility between you and your partner.
Right.
It just can't, like, you can't just be like, oh, you're hot and let's just match. You can't win the competitions if you don't actually talk to your perfect match and get to know them. And so that's why we were successful in winning the challenges when we did. But it is very interesting to see, like, the competition. Like, everyone wants to get into the boardroom.
Yeah.
And so when we win the second challenge, people are just like, you can see the look of the contestants. They're like, we're fake clapping right now. Like, they were not happy.
Like the Gordon Ramsay shows, they go, yeah, that meal was awesome. It's like, say, no, we don't like that. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, they were not having it. They were like, you know, and me and Damari were so obnoxious about winning. We're like, yeah, you know, we're the power couple.
Passion.
So
It's good.
it was. It's just fun. It was a really, really fun experience. And we all had good times. High tensions, tears, and all. So it was great.
So, Marissa, I do want to give credit where credit is due. Tony P did just mention working out, and let's just say you look amazing. I know you're a Navy veteran. I know staying in shape is you are not a stranger to it. But is this a situation of, like, be ready so you don't have to get ready? I mean, was that just all? I mean, at that point.
You know, people might not like the answer, but I'm not someone who works out. I've actually gained like 15 pounds in the last month and a half because I've just been eating and I'm off some medication. But I did not work out for Perfect Match. I was coming out of a relationship that was really rocky. And, you know, when you're stressed in a relationship, sometimes you don't eat. So I was already kind of slim and already kind of athletic looking. And I had a personal trainer I would work out with here and there. But I just happened to look good in that photo. I was like, that they did me.
You're being very, very modest. You're being very, very modest.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, we talk about compatibility a lot on this show, the scores, the competitions and challenges. In your mind, what does it mean to be really compatible with somebody?
I mean, there's physical compatibility, emotional compatibility. I think in the show, it really depended on your coupling, what it was. Damari and I had both a physical and an emotional, intellectual compatibility. Our communication was off at times, but ultimately we understood each other. We had good communication, and we got to really, truly know each other. There was like a curiosity for both of us to truly understand each other. And I think that's where the compatibility comes into play. Also, I think compatibility of, like, what is your goal going into the house? Like, I wasn't necessarily looking to leave the house maybe with a partner. You know, who knows if I do or not.
Right.
We might find out, right? Like, I just came in there just like to have a good time. And I think you have to find someone who's also compatible with that. Because if someone's in there like, I have to leave here with a boyfriend or girlfriend, if that's not your goal, then that's not a good compatibility match.
Got it.
So my question, two questions for you. So one, what have you learned looking back on your reality show experience about not only love, but also life as well? That's A. And then B, you know, you've been doing this now, you've been in the public eye for a long time. How has your relationship with social media and the fans changed over time as well?
Yeah, I think what I've learned from doing these experiences is that I'm just still learning about myself. There's still a lot of room for growth. I think a lot of fans could be very hard on those of us who do reality TV and expect us to come in there and be the boss babe and be perfect. But I'm learning that, you know, there's just room for growth in so many areas, meeting different people, learning different communication styles, things like that. I'm also learning that I tend to give people a little bit too much grace when it comes to me. Like, I should probably value myself a little bit more at times. But ultimately, I'm just learning that there's more growth. I would say my relationship with social media has changed and evolved, and I've been very vocal about that on my social media. I am not necessarily a fan of the public eye like I thought I would like to be. And it's not that I despise it or hate it. I just felt so much pressure after Love is Blind to perform and meet expectations for people. And it was too much pressure for me. I was just like, I don't like this. It's not comfortable. I don't like having to post just to like sell stuff to people. It just didn't feel right. Like, I'm not a salesman, and people who do it, like, they hustle and they do great work, and I am not at all judging them. But for me personally, like, I went to law school to be a lawyer, and I realized through this experience, you know, that's what I want to go do. I did tell myself after Love is Blind, take a year and some change and do the influencer thing. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. And I would say I love sharing my life with people, but I also have become like very protective of it.
And in this world, again, as someone who's also somewhat in the public eye doing social media too, I definitely empathize in a lot of ways of how this business can be and just the world of people judging you all the time. What are some ways over the last few years with all these reality shows and social media and building your career in law, how have you been able to just unwind and be able to really relax and kind of get away from all the lights?
Honestly, it's just my closest friends and family. Like, I have just been honest with them about how I'm feeling and what I'm going through. And they've been supportive of that and like really, really encouraged me to just follow my intuition and my heart. I also will say a lot of people who follow me on my social media who've been there from day one, who are like great supporters, like Nisha and Brian Oakes, like some people who've been following me since Love is Blind, they support me when I say, I'm not posting anymore. You guys aren't getting anything from me. They don't put me down. They really are uplifting. So I also would say like that parasocial relationship with the people on social media has also been helpful. Yeah. And like in a weird way, like allowing me to step back. Like it's like giving me permission in a way.
Yes.
Without feeling guilty.
Well, yeah, because it's so many times you feel like you have to perform in one way, but you want to keep certain parts of yourself. And that's a hard balance as well, trying to figure out what parts do you share, which ones that you don't.
I used to want to share everything, and I realized as I've become more sure of myself that not everyone even deserves to know every single aspect of my life, and that not everyone's always going to wish the best on you. And so it's sometimes okay to protect things that you really care about. And I have been doing that, and I've loved it. It's been really nice. I'm happy.
That's the best possible outcome from this entire experiment is happiness. So listen, I know you well enough to know that this is just a small part of your life, like you mentioned. The law is another part. You've been on this show promoting some of your projects as well. So tell fans out there some of the other things going on where they can find you, where they can follow you and learn more about what you do.
Yeah, you can find me on my social media, rissa.george. I do have an exciting project coming out that's targeted towards law and be able to provide law services or legal services to people. And so that will come out, and I'm sure I'll come back. If you guys let me come back on here, I'll promote that.
Yes.
But there's a lot of exciting stuff happening in my personal life and in my professional life. And whoever wants to stick around and witness it, Marissa.George. I'm mainly on there. I'm on TikTok, but not really. I hate TikTok, so I'm on Instagram mainly.
It's Instagram. Listen, when you get a following on Instagram, it's actually better because it takes a lot more work than TikTok, and you have a lot of followers on there. So that's a big testament to you.
Thank you. That's a big deal coming from you, Tony. So thank you.
Come on. Listen, you're awesome.
Marissa, we love having you join us. We love seeing you shine. We love seeing you happy, and we love seeing you back on our screens on Perfect Match. Just a reminder, you can catch the first 5 episodes streaming right now on Netflix. Marissa George, thank you as always. Have fun down in Georgia, and we hope to see you back here in the DMV so soon.
You will. Thanks. Have a good night.
You too. All right, Tony P. Let's head back out to Beijing now. A live look at the
ceremony.
What is going to be the welcome ceremony for President Trump as he gets ready to meet with his counterpart in China.
Yeah, they're starting the marching procession. Looks like we could get something. I know they said around 10 o'clock, 10:05 time here in the U.S. I think it's about 12 hours difference in China is when this will all begin. And these meetings, Chris, are very important for President Trump because you have issues like Taiwan. There is friction between the United States and China about, hey, what potentially would the U.S. do, especially with trade in Taiwan and potentially doing what we did in Ukraine and leveraging Taiwan in a similar way. There's also, of course, the big elephant in the room, and that is the Iran war. And President Trump does come into this meeting with a lower national approval than he would want at home, with domestic issues, prices, also the tariff wars. Does this meeting potentially lead to a going back to the corners, if you will, on tariffs and a lowering of those tariffs from China's perspective? Because that is a major goal for President Xi in this moment. How will he approach this, President Trump? What does President Trump want in terms of the fentanyl crisis and the movement of that across national, international lines? What could these negotiations bring out of that? And more economic cooperation. What does that look like? Because the biggest thing is that Strait of Hormuz. And China is a major partner of Iran. They do have leverage to potentially bring some type of peace to this Iran conflict. So who knows? There's a lot of things on the table here. And usually with these type of negotiations, the deputy secretaries and the secretaries of state and the different diplomats, they're working out the main topics, and those things have already been agreed to potentially. And then usually for the major ones, you bring in the 2 major heads of state to iron some things out and get those agreed to points or talking points across the finish line. So it's going to be interesting, my friend. I do not know what will come out of this. It also leans into President Trump's whole persona the last year or so. He wants to be known on the international stage. He wants to try to end wars. He wants to leave a legacy on the international stage as well as in the domestic one. And this will be an interesting moment in that timeline for him.
Tony P., can you talk to me a little bit about the relationship between these 2 world leaders? I know this is the president's first visit to China since 2017.
Yep, and we have looking like we're getting some, these are U.S. officials. Looks like Eric Trump is there. Members of the administration were brought along. Stephen Miller's there. Dan Scavino, Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Bessent. Also, you are seeing a lot of business leaders here, Chris. Elon Musk, Tim Cook from Apple. This could also mean there's going to be a business component. Is it about tariffs? Is it about AI and the sharing of data and data privacy? Given that piece of it, you could see a lot more of a business component to these negotiations as well. And will there be break-off moments between the business leaders and President Xi and other members of the Chinese government? So going back to the relationship itself, President Trump, in a lot of ways, is very transactional. He wants to get things done on the international stage that he views as a win for the U.S. and for his own administration, while at the same time, the tariffs have exacerbated I would say, the frenemy relationship between the United States and China. We both need each other for trading partners, For Chinese goods in the United States, we're a very major part of the Chinese trade strategy, so they do need us. They also buy a lot of our debt, our foreign debt, so that's a major part for the U.S. to consider. The biggest thing is these trade wars have amplified some tensions. But the fact that these two leaders are willing to meet in China and potentially could hash out some disagreements does show that there could be some thawing in this relationship, even though there were tensions, major tensions, at the height in April of 2025 when these tariffs were released originally as part of the, what was it called? Not Freedom Day, what was it called? It'll come to me. Can't believe I forgot about that. Oh, like when the tariffs were,
the public forgives you because
Yes.
you know more than the rest of us.
when the tariffs, oh God, Liberation Day, thank you. Freedom Day.
I did nothing.
I was
no
so
reason to thank
close.
me.
I was so close. But it's just, I think now with these components of the Iran war, you have the Taiwan situation is being exacerbated by Iran, by what we're seeing with military agreements between Ukraine and the U.S., especially with the drone capability. All these things come into a meeting like this in terms of what's the capability on the other side? What could President Trump do? He's viewed as erratic on the world stage. He can make decisions in a flash. What China's looking for is to figure out what's the long-term strategy of the U.S. Now, they won't tell them this, but just by meetings such as these, you start to read the tea leaves a little bit on both sides and figure out what's the next move that could be made from a business perspective or war-making, as well as just domestic politics.
Well, we will be watching closely,
Yeah,
as will the world. We're gonna
Jensen Huang from NVIDIA is there as well. That could be a major part of the AI chip war between China and the U.S. Of course, the U.S. is trying to onshore a lot of AI chip manufacturing. NVIDIA, Intel, they're part of this. So it's interesting to see, and I think it's very strategic, who is here as part of the delegation.
Tony P., did these business leaders travel with the president, or did they go separately?
I think they went separately. Let me try to confirm that, but I don't. Sorry, I don't know for certain. But this is a pretty big delegation, so I think at some level they traveled separately as well as with the U.S. delegation. Because I don't know if all these folks can fit on Air Force One.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they were in adjacent federal jets or a
Understood.
program that was worked out, but I can't imagine that all these folks traveled together. I think maybe some of them, the more high-powered ones, the ones that are closer to President Trump, probably did travel with him. But I can look that up.
There you can see the members of the cabinet, like you said, members of the First Family, in addition to business leaders from across the world, standing by waiting for this meeting between these two heads of state in Beijing on
Let me see.
Thursday morning there, late Wednesday night here. We're down to our final 20 seconds, but we're going to leave this live picture up for anyone out there who wants to stay tuned on Fox 5 DC's YouTube page. If you're watching on Fox Local, the Fox 5 News at 10 is coming your way next. Thank you to everyone for joining us. We'll see you back here tomorrow night, same time, same place.
点点啊。美方对。稍问，只确认这边只是美方记者啊。红标不能让他进，不会让他进的。哪个？灰色高的。
对，已经在北门了，就怕我们把这个包收了。
Where are the ship farmers?
陪同先进来。
刚进门就在他们这会儿还要进去慢慢就坐。
I'm going at the beginning, Grace and Rachel.
领导进可以说你在说话。我先齐了吗？齐了吗？还没有齐，我们已经齐。
Yes, yes, they're.
Lisa. Huh? Right there?
Yeah, you're not in the travel pool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you're not with us.
Yes. Okay.
谢谢。你说可以进吗？现在不行。啊？齐了是吧 ？OK， 好。一个来。OK。One。啊
Showing that other bag. Oh, that's yours. Okay.
来，我看一下。Two. I'm sorry. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8.
White House pool, go.
后面有人，前面有人。
行，孙俪，你在前面，我在后面。好，你垫后吧，我垫后。小华在前面。
Okay, she's in charge.
大家不用说。Wait for you.
Hey.
正式直播，我知道这个。
White House pool, do not be afraid to putt.
Get your spot.
Get your spot.
这个线影响。
White House pool, everyone else stop. You're not in the White House pool.
Going in first.
White House pool only.
Follow the race.
Lisa.
If you're in the U.S. delegation,
Stop.
follow the race.
Stop. Not permitted. Not permitted. White House first. Get the audio in there.
Ma'am, please get over here.
Danny, they brought in the rest of the press outside. We're trying to shove the pool to the front, but it's getting ugly. Only the White House press. Who are all these people? This is not. Thank you. Back up. Pool only. Hey, these guys do. These guys do. All these people.
This is White House only. White House only.
White House only. White House only.
Please put on the earpiece for the simultaneous interpretation. Thank you.
'Just had an extremely active run and bundle into this room. We can now see the leaders there.
做一个致辞，然后请尊敬的特朗普总统先生，很高兴从你在北京见面。这是你时隔9年再次访华，我们会面现在可以说是举世瞩目。当前100年变革加速演进，国际形势是变乱交织，世界走到新的十字路口。中美两国能不能跨越所谓的修昔底德陷阱，开创大国关系的新范式？能不能携手应对全球挑战，为世界注入更多的稳定性？能不能彰显两国人民的福祉和人类前途命运，共同开创两国关系的美好未来？这些可以说是历史之问、世界之问、人民之问，也是我同您作为大国领导人需要共同书写的时代答卷。今年是美国独立
This year is the 250th anniversary of American independence. Congratulations to you and to the American people. I always believe that our two countries have more common interests than differences. Success in one is an opportunity for the other. And a stable bilateral relationship is good for the world. China and the United States both stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. We should be partners, not rivals. We should help each other succeed and prosper together and find the right way for major countries to get along well with each other in the new era. Mr. President, I look forward to our discussions on major issues important to our two countries and the world, and working together with you to set the course for and steer the giant ship of China-U.S. relations, so as to make 2026 a historic landmark year that opens up a new chapter in China-U.S. relations. I will pause here and hand over to you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Well, President Xi, I want to thank you very much. First of all, that was an honor like few have ever seen before. And I think I was particularly impressed by those children. They were happy, they were beautiful. The military is obvious, it couldn't be better, but those children were amazing and they represent so much. And I know they represent so much to you. you and I have known each other now for a long time. In fact, the longest relationship of our two countries that any president and president has had. And it's, to me, an honor. We've had a fantastic relationship. We've gotten along. When there were difficulties, we worked it out. I would call you, and you would call me. And whenever we had a problem, people don't know. Whenever we had a problem, we worked it out very quickly. We're going to have a fantastic future together. Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody, you're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I always say the truth. And I just want to say, on behalf of all of the great delegation that we have the greatest businessmen, the biggest, I guess, best in the world. We have amazing people, and they're all with me. Every single one of them. And we asked the top 30 in the world, every single one of them said yes. And I didn't want the second or the third in the company. I wanted only the top. And they're here today to pay respects to you, to China. And they look forward to trade and doing business. And it's going to be totally reciprocal on our behalf. So I really look very much forward to our discussion. It's a big discussion. There are those that say this is maybe the biggest summit ever. They can never remember anything like it. It's, I can say in the United States, people aren't talking about anything else. But it's an honor to be with you. It's an honor to be your friend. And the relationship between China and the USA is going to be better than ever before. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Press.
Thank you, Press.
Press. Thank you, Press.
We're good.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's good. I'll go do that here. So, okay. 老四，你这边 TV 给上了吗？给上了之后跟那谁对一下，跟李杰对一下信号，让那谁高鑫一对，高鑫姐，这两个那个一个蔡海清的机位，一个老四的机位对信号，你俩分别拍点空的给他发过去。啊？测着信号。测信号吧，这两个直接测着了。咱直接让家里边直接收那个空调。中北
Sandy. Okay, thank you, Sandy. Okay. May I have your name, please?
No, kidding. I'm joking. I'm a jokester. That's me right there.
Okay, Robert. Thank you.
Sorry.
马上就来俩人。对，另外这两个是我妈妈。就在那个门，知道吗？
他们都需要在金融这个都可以啊，只要在后门就是拉一个墙，对 ，right， 后面 you don't need to go all the way to the front. You're just saying.
到人家那儿也得给咱
咱跟多好呀，跟留一半，上次咱釜山他们直接就把中间给占了。
拍照片回去。
这儿小胖是吧？
他说他到位，这个没问题，你可以，这个不需要动人什么的，但是在
你跟他说好了，
他们那个
小那个有点风格。
你好，安姐。
就那个到时候你负责就没，然后就到时候是这样子配合，所有人都到那里，然后把这个所有人。
那主要是我们。
徐飞，帮我把我那个包递我一下。
他们只要没有这样的。
方老师，方老师，这个挡你是吧，拉？
啊，
挡你。
对，就拉这个拉根条挡住我们，没法拍了。
就是你低点拉没问题。别拉这么高就行，要不然你下边拉根绳，然后
啊行，你就在这是吧？
拉到他坐腰上，
你就在这是吧？
对，
就是不拉也行，就不要出来。
我肯定不出来，
因为我不担心你们出来，我担心老外。
就说你要拉的话就拉低点。
因为如果那样的话，他站领导一站一拍，他们往前，如果有人抢的话，把你挤出来了。
你有绳吗？你拉根
绳。
没有，
没有，你就在这就行了。
要拉这么高，他就有点。
要正好卡着镜头。
对对。
应该不会，没发现。
那个时候就关上了，不是从这进吗？
就是别挤出来。
先给关上，之后进来也关上，走的时候再开。
彩涛，你有比这个厚的东西吗？比这个厚点。就是，对。
他们这还是
我右边这个包还行，太薄了。
就在这个区域里。
实在不行，我就把衣服脱了。
我怎么还挺挤的？东大挺挤的，挤的都不行了。
哎，天宇，那个特臭那小个是不是他的吗？
在挤你们怎么不打他呀？
他挤丁玲，把丁玲直接给
对啊，怎么不打他？
把天宇气的，你不能动，我光气。
哎，
咱们是不是现在选择位置，待会儿不存在跟他们挤？
反正你要是都集中过来，
一会儿要进去。
你要是都集中过来，肯定还得要稍微有点。
他们现在呢，特别想在中间拉条线，说在东大厅的时候就把他们挤得够呛。
拉条线也是想线是软的，你想该挤还挤。
有钱的时候。
不是你拉条线这儿就没法，这儿要
对，我就挡着你们了。
这会立根杆儿。
他们是胸关，我们有3人。
胸关就是说在东大厅的时候给挤得够呛，他们特别想拉条线。
东大厅
我们不挤，我们就正好
分2边。
对，我就跟他们说，我们现在就把位置搞定，我们就不要再挤了，大家都相互。
因为镜头前面能尽量别站了，
东大厅没有分组，
边上稍微靠前一点。如果他们这没人，你们就挤。
但就会清这么干净。
外头也行，在外头。
我是觉得一个人，我觉得外边好空。
站外头嘛，站外头。你们就是靠边站，
靠边，
各站一个。如果他们排一排，你们就站那个。我就防止他这出来，你们就直接处理。
OK，
对吧？
好，
你就站他面，比如说领导在哪个面上，
好的，
在那个面上是吧？
不看，
是这个吗？
不看，就这样，你们2头各一个，里面放一个。
里边放一个。
哎，里面你有几个？
先放一个。
里面就
镂空镜是吧？那我给你们清人去上清人去，是往侧那个机位是吧？
因为我们那个。
谢谢我的亲人，我的亲人，我的亲人，我的亲人。队长，稍微别让我配个镜头。好的，好的。那个汉明，把上面人清一下，我们 TV 有录镜头。上面别走了，别走了，在边上。对。你看干净了吗？干净了吗？What time is it?
你蹲下就这个角度了，我就配在地上。但是我觉得我这个太长了，按住着，
演习给全的是吧？
给着的，
干净的是吧？干净的。
啊，
接着搜路吧。
So would you tell Mr. John Weber that the game, we need to expedite?
不守规矩的，就只有一种，就冲出来，直接往外面拿。其他的不守规矩的这样。
后边你这什么是吗？
没有不守规矩，
我这又升了一个，因为可能容易碰到黄老师头。
要达到他们拍照的愿望，只有冲出来一种情况，直接上去按了，那是你们在维修。刚才是你们沟通。因为说白了，您说就这样的，因为一个蛋，对，他们留点，要不然前面就是一个。
哎 ，sorry，我第二个，谢谢。
两个记者拍兼职，人家
说英语。
说你们给我调解一下。
开着你摄影师，
就是一个人跟这姐在一起，然后到时候他说管。
我跟你吧，这样我这一天脚就废了。
没有3个直拍不到这样，就是这个点位直拍，我跟你讲了嘛。
East gate of the
领导走过来，等你拍完领导上去了，这帮人全部所有人都到那以后，他们下来的时候，下来时候他们演。到现在，领导来之前，这个空就听得到要干嘛？
他听得到。
领导来之前，就是相当于是这样，我有个觉得，就是如果是领导走了，就是上去了，这帮人都走了，这个记者家属，就是这不是，我说李明代怎么的？李明代是非常好，经常让他下来和家人合影，就是那3个随拍，他不到这里去。
不来了，不来就是放着
好，明白。这边有我们2个人，那边是我们俩，他们3个是就是家属，他们会在外面站着，里面给一个人。
Mr. Zhang is already there.
因为我如果是就剩下1名，我们主要是管所有人。就是他们尽量布置，然后我们要维护正好。
那是一会儿谁跟我的？
我这是不是就不跟
满所有人都基本上都是都在那里，
上去下来就原路跑，对，不原路跑，就那边走。
现在给我的
走这边，他们都空镜的。演习拍完了吗？
还录着呢，还一直传上呢。要撤了是吧？
没有，挂着去了。
我知道。
你们脚不能肉鸡吧？上面都这样。
对，站起来接连那个和新哥还有40分钟。
来，给你们来个领导角度的反打。这个特朗普眼中看见的你们就是这个角度。我走了，我走。耽误了，我还那个影响镜头了。
上边有人啊。
有领导来之前上那边等着，直接开着就行。
放开，下来下来。
I was a student at back in the day, a long time ago now. Oh, you did? Yeah, that's very close. That was there and Bethesda were like the three places that we would go around. This time, I got here in 2020. Then I was in what? Yes, I was on one of our party places. We had to come in on like it was, it could have been, it also could have been better. And I was in for a while. Yeah. When do I go back? I still have 2 years.
他们这是 TVU 回传画面。
哦，刚才我问了一下，说拍完了，我们才下来。
别在这叫着进场。
啊，那我们在靠边。
对，几个会这边都行。
啊好。那咱从后边到那边去吧。
Yeah. You know, I've never been to Wuhan, so I actually might go there soon. Actually to work at our consulate there, temporarily. I've always wanted to. Are you with MFA or with? Yeah. I see. Is that the same as the information department? Okay. Or what was the information department? I work in the section, so usually I'm not on press stuff, but today we're all wearing different hats today. Seems to be going fine. Your arrival seems to go well. I watched it on CCTV, so yeah, no issues so far. As far as I know. So far, so good. It's rare to come here now and tell so many people around. I believe it was from the Chinese side to come here. I believe so. Yeah, I believe so. What's scary is it's actually cooler than they thought it would be, but it's still hot. I grew up in the South, in the U.S. I'm familiar, but I don't like it. Ooh, Han is great. One of the furnaces, right? Yeah. What is it? Nanjing. They're a newly graduated the hospital. I mean, Beijing's no, it's not cool, but. Where is the point where they'll shake hands after?
Here. We just make it.
Right here. Oh, perfect.
对，我就在合影区。
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just trying to call her. I think she only has so many phones. I'm going to they have all 3 vans with him.
during the event 或者有网上。
我看一下这个。
你都不用接，你打个电话你给我挂都行。我给你这边出这个号。要不然这个他那边时间是比较长。对，他那边短。对，我就怕他在那是吧？说这一套他进来哗啦就过来了，就来不及。
我这人显得特别小，但没事。
我给你打了，你就直接上手机直接挂了，看见了，带人进去。张老师，等等。
老谢，
你这直播着呢吗？
没有，没有。
给。
但我这其实
看一下，快差不多了，你就摁开就完。
那儿放不了了，我要放就得放这个外放。他这儿放这儿俩人，申文跟黄建文他们俩都得在
前面蹲着，那你的高度能行吗？
对，就是试完了，申文坐着，黄建文跪着，我这个
正吗？你的？
正，很正，你看。
那你，我觉得你拔高一点，安全点，他万一站起来呢？你别管他，你万一呢？
那个我知道，那刚才都试好了。
你再高点。
已经高了，他那个头已经不磕这个。
他顶起来也不会磕到。
他顶着。
没直播着呢吧？
没直播，他刚才试了，他就是那个。
那你确定啊？那你把这个弄上。张老师，你们俩人都在前面。
等于我坐着，黄主任在我刚才那个位置，我在黄主任前面坐着，更低。
那千万别起来，不然这我们就这一个级别，
没人
就废了。
刚试好。
对，一定拜托了。
肯定不会起，怎么会起呢？
好吧，那这个我们放在你前面啊，你坐那儿，你看你坐哪儿？对。离我远点，给我给你撑着。
Are they shaking hands again? Shaking hands or just to stand there? And then how long are they here for? Do they talk at all? Is President Xi saying anything? Or a few seconds for the few seconds. After that, okay, free chat. And then what was the okay, tour guide, they just all stay. Tour guide, interpreters.
好，这个就这样。
好，我一会儿拿过来放在这儿。
对，快开始就摆了。你要是不行，就让王策从侧面搂过来弄一下，帮你，哪怕走点拍也没问题。
待会儿都过来了，往过走之后咱们才过来。要过来发球过来。到时候警卫。
对。弄在那儿就这么高就行。好，给你个备垫。万一电池不够，
你在哪儿？啊，没有一张开来了。对，可以佩兰，佩兰呢？休斯的佩兰。哎，现在。他们说昨天跟你们说过，说不让记者照领导的背身儿。那怎么没有一标的？他们合完影以后，你们撤走，是吧？President Trump knows
它这儿开不了，它这两边都开着烤。两边口这是我们。那它为什么？这边不可以开，这个没必要，那边开，那个得撤。
大象，
这
是也在拍点空镜吗？啊，拍过了空镜的。是这样的，他当时拍的时候，这上面的门是关着的，但现在是开着的，能再拍点这个开着门的全景吗？更帅。我看看啊，好拍吗？开着，一直就开着。对，就是，但是刚才一开始拍空镜的时候是关着的。哦，我这儿反正拍的这个就是开着。你看，
在这个地方是新的，
这是沿着 TVU 呢，是吧？
站这儿，然后
那等于领导到的时候，你这是
在那啊不对，快捷杰克在那
都是这个景别不动。
对。
刚才拍的反正就是是开着。
我主要是协助你。
这时候已经是开着了，对，
有留好。
这干净吗？这镜头有推拉吗？
没有，是固定。
如果一会儿上面干净的，再做一圈推拉，可以稍微推的深一点，拉的远一点都没问题，放了就行。没有条件就不做，好吗？我跟他说啊。
再从安全再回来。啊，然后再回来。我看你是跟翔哥让我从西门外面的西门，算东门，进青年，进完我返回这儿坐了10分钟，然后很多坐走，看点好来了。曹亚金那张卡上有开过的。看完了之后，去。
刚换了个后头。
早上起来想回睡会儿。我他妈刚到家7点，给我打电话说第二天早上5点半就上。我当时好绝望啊！你回还是不回啊？要是，那你要到家了，人就不回了。对呀，那好多呀。我这儿我感觉可能会。12点开始，12点开始不了。
TV 直播取消了，但通路还给他。不是耳机看的。是的，是的。证的这个，
才是最强的。我没有。开玩笑。TV 优先别摘，大的你跟凡人说一声。
人哥，说你的 TV 优先别摘，现在家里头在收录一下。
家里虽然不正式直播，但是家里头收录一下。
人哥，你的 TV 优先别摘，家里要正常收录你的画面。
谁 TV 要摘啊？我不摘，因为生活不直播了嘛。是不直播了，你这往下从外面做电视快讯，我操，千万别摘。是啊，说一句，万一呢？万一怎么办？
而且严波也能用8K 的东西。
帮我站着。我一开空间，我老找不着他们站的那个点，把它框好。对，框好了我就看。
都过来了。
有点钱多，就这样。他们的官方后边啊，官方还没来。
是的，我看着呢。
Yeah, I got it off the steps. That's me right here, dead center. I got, yeah, 46. That's reserved for authorized personnel.
Don't move this spot.
Don't leave it.
Behind.
Good. Okay. Okay.
Sorry, can you go back?
No.
Yep.
All right. I will move. You don't have to push it. Nobody on this side. Can I just? 您是哪位？这边，美方这边。
No, we are already separate.
Okay. Mr. Rojas.
I'll stay
他们
here.
太靠前。
下面，不能往后，他们太靠前了。
让他把这个他的往后挪点，他再往后挪。他得挪这个架子，他这个。
Maybe just move the rope forward a foot.
因为这有个什么问题？如果领导往后走的话，挡着我们开不了。必须往后。就是正好什么？
Are you going to be there the whole time?
You're good. You're good. I'll just let you know. You're good. Y'all good.
Well, are you going to be there, sir?
Want to push us back
You can be there.
No, I'll be closer to right here.
Okay, all right.
Perfect.
You have two, right?
Don't worry, I'll come back.
然后还有一个不要看法，肯定有。Sorry, I didn't realize that.
Move the economic zone, right? I was pointing, I'm just like, whatever.
For the 那个雅欣，你看你要不要？他必须懂他不懂他。
So glamorous, huh?
You know, see the world. There you go. Experience none of it.
Exactly.
好，稍微等一下，因为美方刚刚过来，我让他们把机器调好哈。
Huh?
好 ，OK。
For this kind of paper vehicles.
Wait.
You got two spots. 090.
No, absolutely. They're not even coming out of that dark.
They're going to stand right in the dark, all the way back there.
Yeah. Like, all right, thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Exactly.
Yeah, do they come down?
I don't know. I have never done a VIP.
Okay. So they'll be up there and then walk down the stairs?
No.
Will we see them?
Here is just for the photo, the two over there.
They'll be on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay, right there?
At the red dot? They're going to be on the red dot?
Oh,
the
they're
red
right
dot.
there? Oh, that's great.
Come on.
Oh, outstanding.
You need to see.
Great job.
No.
Yeah. I'll be on my butt.
要他们坐前面，你直接把线直接拉上，直接拉线就行。不是，你让他们先撤。不要让他们 moving。
我现在给他们画个线，让他们往后挪。
就跟他说往后走。哎呀，不应该大家都往后一点。
不是，这会儿要有老魏在，线就得拉上。
但是拉上去挡着我们了，这线正好在镜头上。
不是，那你就让两位老外别怎么拉？中间就不拉了吧，这样也行，这样就行。
不动嘛。
So half, okay. This half is for Chinese side, this half is for you. Okay, so we're not. Nobody will. Yeah.
We're friends.
Move inside, okay.
Move inside.
他越过这个杆。
Yes.
So shall everyone move?
这样等于三个人叠在一起，很容易影响我们。
不行，你这样不行。不行，这样不行。So everyone，要不你就把那个线往前拉一点，要么你就你明白我的意思？线拉不了，就只能往后移。So please， 你都往后 ，please everybody。先移架子。对，你们架子。
来吧。
来 please a little bit。你来架子它前面。Backward， yeah。你们的架子往后移一点，咱们中方主动一点，好不好？我们这个没事，你先往后移，先往后移，你不动，我们谁也不动，好吧？我们一会儿把线拉好，好吧
Okay. Please move a little.
那你先往后，然后我把你放心，我都会让你听我的，好吧？小薇。Yeah.
Okay, no.
Yeah, we will make the slide. Okay, first. Yeah.
Could we move this?
Just right there? It's okay. I mean, I don't want you to.
No, they won't stay there. See, red spot.
It's too close.
So too close. It's too close. Yeah.
Scared, yeah.
It's just a little bit, okay? It's too close. Only 3 or 4 meters, okay?
Yes.
We'll mix a line and everybody behind the line, okay? Please. 你可以稍微的给他处理一下，
跟那边对齐嘛，跟那边对齐。跟他说一下，人和机器都在线外，不要动那个了，别动这个。
不是中间照相的稍微一点，
都在后边。行，不差这儿近。
Excuse me, Robert. Can you move
Can you
forward?
move the machine a little bit backward, please? We are having enough time and space for that, okay?
This feels good. Thank you.
Can you put to the back somewhere? Yeah.
You can put it behind me. You got it? I got room behind me if you got it.
I
don't want to bump his tripod. Okay. Go ahead, sit down. You're good.
We're behind the line. Yeah. 不是你跟他说，等我要所有的人走。
And I have to, we have agreed with that. So everybody will leave here. When you okay, now everybody we need to wait there until, and then we'll give you time to come back. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay. So that's why I told you don't rush. Don't. Yeah, we will get you out.
We can't move? What? You can't sit here?
No, you cannot sit here. You cannot sit here. We will tell you when the 2 presidents come inside. Everybody will come out. Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
Please. 我们中方的先
可以，现在都走，现在都走。
我们现在不在这儿占位置，好吧？这样你们，所以我说没有意义在这儿。
How much longer are they arriving?
等我一下。
你们中方的，咱们往后退到那后面不晒的地方去。
我说先拉上。
到时候凉快的，too hot here. Just somebody will got sick. 都往后退，都往后退，都退到那个后面那个。啊？真不拍。不是不来，他们说他们不动，总统不动，不是说不拍。
Sir, could you please take all your equipment behind this line?
不知道怎么说的，你知道吗？是跟着车的人，跟车的人带枪是吧？
For the US,
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, those are our friends. And we've worked together before.
小前站也没带枪吧？
Okay.
对啊，
Good.
他们自己内部没有沟通好，你知道吧？
I love working.
不去那个，不去了，
直接就位了，
直接在后面
走的时候，我们直接。
就先在那儿就躲着嘛，是吧？
因为他说从那边躲
穿帮嘛，
对。
在这儿是不穿帮的。
那个门要关进去看着，不让人看。
不是，我已经跟派来商好，我们到那个桥底下去。
那你带往后带，往后带。
门关就看着，不让。
不是，那我们他们拍完呢？拍完往哪走？往那边走。
拍完往那个屋里走，去吧。
到底还去不去啊？这个屋？
你协助你的念姐去把
拍完还是去
赶到
所有
我
不知道，现在说是就是酒局这边说外交部说的是撤那边，但是没说后面。
不是，就会撤那边。
现在撤，
现在撤那边，拍完之后还是去那屋里。你拍完撤那，你管得了吗？管得了也可以。
没问题，我就说问清楚嘛，毕竟是2次撤。啊，那我操，其实他得过去是吧？要不然在那儿这条屋然后其实没。
就是拍完之后去那边也行，领导在这里。 到后面也行，你说咋调？
不是我的意思就是，
哥们儿得往后退了。
我再调一下，就是等那个我得先把机器调好，
往那儿走，
就是调正了。
行，调正了就往后退。
我是说他们在这一侧肯定不合适。
不是，我让他
领导就是您先让一下我先调正了，然后马上就撤了。谢谢啊。
对，把这个袋子拉上，是吧？把这袋子拉。
没问题。
位置都抢不好。
喂，
取下来，他们位置都抢不好。
哎，那啥，一个事儿，就是一会儿他可能第2次。
方老师谁坐地上？
开始的时候不用。
抢不下就这样，走吧。
第1次不进，不是他说进2次。
他们抢。不是，先别拉。
第1次先不进，
会挡着新华社那个。
然后第2次再进。不是你
他新华社都他妈后面了。
不是新华社，这个人在是新华社的。
没事，他来这干啥？保这个人。
就是兼顾。
行吧，他来这干啥？他举到那都是放开一点，让他走。
对。
Oh yes, sir. Okay, sir.
走吧，兄弟。
那就开始往后了。走吧，快来了，领导来了。
别调了。
放在它的这个摄像机顶子里边。拿着吧，这样放这儿。
Leaving the 1 to 3 would take.
Yeah, I'll leave it. You want to leave one of yours?
Yeah, why don't you grab the 24 to 70 and 70 to 2, I guess. I'll leave the 1 to 4. Thank you.
That's good.
Mark, you go first. 先打台面，就是你那个动作，我也没法拍。我知道，一会儿收，一会儿收啊。Do you mind if I just stand for now? I'm gonna go down. No. Get down on your knees. Yeah, right. Get on that concrete. Get on that concrete. Get on those stone pavers right this side. Right. Just one my knee. I got a knee. No. My knee hurts. 跟他说再往里点，不要卡住你。把这个给弄了吧。我得往那个这啊。太远，能把这给弄了。这个撤了。在这边。不动了。I'm gonna get close to you. That's fine. Thank you. Yeah, me too. Just one more. Just one more. I know. Without. If he sees me, we're all gonna die. I love how Microsoft special right there. Stand by, but I'm almost done. 他们前面别站就行，就前面那俩摄影机。他站不起来，他是坐在地上，他想站都站不起来。好了。身上是摁住他。你保持跟他们平衡就行。Microsoft Teams will stop working. So this is gonna happen soon. Okay, thank you all. I don't ever want to be in a group chat again. When this thing won't stop. I'm going up to the you talk, sir?
It's great. Great place. Incredible. China's beautiful.
特朗普总统说谈得很好。
Did you talk about Taiwan, Mr. President?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, did you talk about Taiwan?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Okay. 我们先撤，我们先撤。我们赶紧先撤。别拍了，赶紧撤。
Camera
Everybody going? Everybody going?
Thank you. Can you interpret that
Where to?
with respect to Taiwan?
China's beautiful.
So you're saying that's part of China?
Right. Hey guys.
Good.
I use for the tours. Yeah, I know the
All the way inside. Thank you.
Hello. 哪位老师的架子？都进来。帮他抬一下吧，哎。哎，我建议这个搬进来得了，搬进来。关门吧。
Okay, so my team just confirmed that camera didn't capture at the time. So just our one yes, sorry.
There are no time to coordinate with the control and the security. This proposal,
他干嘛？他们有点非常。这我看不了，这我看不了。We don't have time. 这边怎么了？我们要你呢？赶紧跟他们联系，你们到底怎么弄？他们怎么走？他们要走是什么意思啊？我们要跟车队走完了。我们要跟车队走。被准备报回来。他们都不知道，只有我和他们两个走完那边还有周超，我们3个人回一边联播。赶紧叫我去。
We need to see your feedback. If you're people, we need to watch you play.
他不走，你这他要看着我们走，他可以不跑，在 living 在 living。OK。I'm not leaving. I'm just watching.
Guys, I'm gonna flag this one more time. You have more cameras inside than what we agreed to. There's more in your official delegation than we agreed to. I don't care what they are. I don't care what they are. You have more than we do. And we are asking for that position out there to capture the president walking out of the Temple of Harvest. You have a press pen we can go to, one camera.
No time. The security won't allow you.
There's plenty of time.
Right there.
Okay.
要去那拍他们两个领导走出来那个台上。
Okay, okay. I didn't. I wasn't sure. Okay. No, I'm cool. I'm ready. Just like so, just.
场景就有他们随身的记者牌。对。
This camera right here. He's ready to go. He will run. He will be in position. He will be by himself with one of you escorting.
Still less than what you guys have for cameras. Keep that in mind. The equal numbers is not equal, so our camera should be outside. There's plenty of time for him to get out there.
And he will run to the motorcade. He will be whatever you tell him to do. He will do. But we are missing history happening out there because you have us locked in this room.
不行，要不就提前跟我们说，现在我们新闻部没有，现在协调不了。
以前我们说应该是对等于每天安排。
We told you we wanted you this yesterday when we were here. I flagged it for you again an hour ago when we got here.
我们上面的人是不对等的。
And we told you the number is not up.
谁定谁去？
No, I wanted to go right where we were to catch the two presidents walking out of the Temple of Harvest. This guy right here.
合影区有人，那不行。你告诉他合影区。
Our officials are up there too, and that's what you're including in our numbers. So you
We have
do
one
have more
person. We have one person.
Yeah, we have one. We have one press. We have one press.
So we only have 3, so we get a +1 too because you put our officials in the 3. We have 2 officials and 1 press.
You have one official up there too. You have 3 plus 1.
We do not have 3 + 1 up there. We just
But I
have
mean,
3 right
my
now.
press agent up there says that he can confirm there are 6 cameras up there. I don't know where they're all coming from, but my guy that is up there, it's
There was one that
6.
ran up from the base.
And you let one out of here once you got in.
We watched him run upstairs. We literally watched your camera go from the base up the steps while the presidents were walking.
Let's see, Brian.
We're not letting Josh.
他在这里边呢。
They will not let Chris 3 in.
I'm in the Sebastian.
So 1 and 2 are only allowed to go. We have us on the side street. We have a ball.
你在你的群里面你发了。
为什么他们6个人？
不懂啊。
知道他们那个门口3位让他选。
谁呀？
他们那个上去了。
哦。他们那个肯定上去了，不用管了，这边所有这个还比较近。提前不是报的这吗？你们不是报这方案吗？那你就再让一个人去。
我不能让他去。
对啊。还有这个架子谁的？你问问，我从那边过来。是吧？饮料。
But Brian says they have 6.
让他拿走了，到时候别留着。
Y'all just remember this. Y'all are the White House, so you will control what happens in September.
就因为这里面他们
I'm sure
这
you
件
will
事，
remember this.
送到他修这个就不说了。
就张贝带着3个人。
对，3个。要不然他上面我们的6个都是进去。就太阳带的那3个，本来只有3个摁在那个门口的，不让他们上面。
而且他们要上车，为什么不跟你们说呀？那2个。
对他从来没说过。
从来没说过。
王萌萌。他有跟你说过？
是有这个事，是有要上车的事。
没人跟我们说。之前没有讲过，没人讲过。没人讲过。
他赶上去跑卡过去审片。对，跑卡的，他是跑卡的。
When are we loading?
When are we getting in the motorcade?
Where is the motorcade?
It's down the stairs. This whole
there was
this
that
whole
steel
group has to
gate.
go.
Is the gate, right?
No, it's down the steps to the right. The steps the president just came out of from down here. Far side steps. That's where our cars are that we have to get to.
So we'll tell them after the delegation leaves, the press can leave.
What about where will the president? President Xi be at? Are they getting in cars first or after?
I'm not sure, but
We need to be in the vans before the president, because we can't make the motorcade.
are you sure your motorcade is?
It is.
Yes.
It is stacked on the other side.
They told us we were leaving this room to get in the
我
motorcade.
不知道知道这个吗？他们他们的媒体的车在跟着车队在一块儿，他们不可能连上车，对，根本不可能。这是什么
Can you
呀？
double check that? Because
Oh, security
Yeah,
service.
our Secret Service agent said that they're loaded up on there in the motorcade.
Can you ask if we can leave the south gate
And we can walk
go
around?
How do you expect us to get into the cars before the
Because we
president?
are told that your motorcade is
No, we're leaving with the president.
It is not.
I didn't know that.
Yes,
It
we
has
did.
always been.
It was negotiated long before. We have to get in the car with the president, so how are we doing that?
And this is our agent, and when we have to go,
President's
we are
walking
going.
out now, so we need to go to the car.
U.S. press, be ready.
No.
We have to leave with the
They have to go
president.
with the president.
你跟他说两拨人下来了。We came on our own, but we leave with them.
Yeah, so the motorcade's not going to leave until they're in the motorcade. So we're slowing down President Trump.
We will wait until
过来了
the two
过来了
presidents get in the motorcade.
No. We have to
We're
leave
in the
with
motorcade. Why is this hard? Don't shush me. This is
So
enough.
we're going to make.
You guys have been terrible hosts.
It is not.
No.
That's not how it works.
I drove it there. It's there.
You said when the delegation's departing, they're departing now, so can you follow them? They are literally right now.
Yeah, we need to get them to the motorcade. We're slowing down.
Let's go.
你告诉他，现在领导往那边走道别。We can go this way.
Okay.
The door closed. No.
No, we're going.
No.
We're going. We're going.
There's a group photo at the bottom of the stairs.
We're going.
You have a photo stairs.
Isn't that what we're supposed to be out
We need to take the photo at the bottom of the stairs.
We have to go.
You're down now.
I had 5 people. They need to take the photo right there.
No. But we should be in the vans by now.
Yeah, we should have already been.
他们现在只是想乘车是吧？
对，他们要跟车队走。
乘车先等一下，领导这边还有活动，你告诉他。你说领导这边还有活动，说后面还有谈一下，事情带着他。
只要他出了这个圈儿，然后就可以带他们走了。我知道，后边还要谈话呢。
I know. I'm sure they want to get out of the sun too.
现在你跟他说说后面还有大概10分钟的活动。
Also, still 4 minutes of activity.
So perhaps the
Tell Brandon shoot video.
No,
10 minutes is not for me. 10 minutes.
we do not have 10 more minutes. This whole stop is only 15.
They need to see the sun is taking group photos.
We're missing it.
Yep.
Private photos.
So we are currently not being allowed out of the press hole by Chinese security. We have an agent with us, and we are not being allowed to load the motorcade.
Yes, with the president. They're at.
We are in the motorcade, the president's motorcade. Rosa, he's hearing this, right?
Yeah.
怎么会呢？记者前站车怎么会跟他们总统的车队在一起呢？
他跟他们车队拼在一起了。
走不了，
怎么会拼在一起呢？
Rachel,
他们车队在动呢。对，你跟他解释。
他们已经那个
走不了。哎。
他们车队移到了西门，跟他们车队在一起。
走不了，我们这边现在同志在那站着呢，我怎么可能让他走？不可能他不走。你再确认一下。
对，你确认一下。
他就算调过来了，也不可能让他们这次他不去。
所以说我也不知道。
没人调，没人调，他们车就在东门，你跟他说，我们正在确认他们。
If we don't leave with the motorcade, we're stuck here forever. So just a minute.
We're checking where your vehicle.
没事，你告诉
We're
他
the
跟不上
south,
我
our
们再
motorcade vehicles are the south.
那个外方记者车调过来跟他们总统车队放在一块儿了吗
Are we being detained?
你问一下，你帮忙问一下。
Okay.
主要是啥？现在外方疫情记者说他们车已经调过来跟他们总统车队一起，他们要出去上车。你帮忙问一下，不管，你问一下，你问他一点。你让八局听一下电话。
你能互动你们那儿？你问问。媒体车在哪？
哎，是谁？你好，是谁让把外方那个？
你问问
是谁让把他们？那一会儿他们外方记者怎么回事？你们现在计划是让他们的车跟着他们领导一起走吗？那他们一群记者都要过去登车。
你让他们记者车等着他们，就在东门。
现在他们记者车能在那边等着吗？
就在这个门西门等着。
对呀，他现在怎么跟啊？跟不了啊。不是，
听我们讲，你跟他们说，你现在跟他们讲，他们的记者车不会走，你让他们记者车别走，等着他们。你现在给他说。
你让他们记者车在那等着吧。
等着，你跟他们说，我现在紧张。好，到时候路线会有直接送上来。
Yeah, we meet with the president. It's not a separate meeting. Like we meet by ourselves, but we're actually going with the president. These are all the president at one. We're doing the package with him. We go back to the hotel. Let's tell him that we need to meet.
Your motorcade will wait.
Is down there where they're walking.
Will not join the
So,
you don't get to make that decision.
Our president is not going to leave until they're in.
Security just told us your motorcade will wait you outside the station.
Our motorcade is the president's.
No,
We only leave with the president.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Is that what they're missing?
Yeah.
Well, he is our
cars are still outside these.
security. They're not.
Different press teams.
Have explained to them 8 different ways. Sinking in.
Stage press.
怎么说？
他说他们的车队不会在那儿等的。
I mean, what is it going to take to get us out of here? I mean, there's like no one left.
If you were arriving with sheet and we
你
told you
告诉他，只有他们总统下去，我们总书记还在那呢，还要上车。他们现在是这么多人出不去。你跟说呀。你看翻译。给他说，给他说。
What? No, it's not. We're in the motorcade with the president.
Hey, I'm just
Do you not understand that?
where they're supposed to be.
what's not clicking?
Just like you travel with your president.
Okay, so call Kyle. Okay? Okay. Okay, all right, we'll call him. Okay, Georgia, call him.
他们车是八局在调了吗？
他们能等吗？
不是他为啥不
主要是
坐
主要是我们这边的私车调过来。
这个安排是谁安排的？
They're all being held up. And I have all this about the bus and drill.
是咱们人需要的吗？
With them. If there's anyone on the ground, you could tell.
What's the
Let's go.
他们啥时候可以走？
What are we waiting on,
不，
guys?
他们啥时候可以走？我就问他们。他们啥时候？
总书记走了，他们可以走。
We are not separate. We are
你跟他说，
together.
我们主席走了，他们可以走。
What? Sorry. Do you understand that we are in the motorcade with the president?
Shoemaker to Tiso, we are still
Okay, but this is
So that the,
no.
the main concern
You
now
guys-
is that the security of our side do not allow you, sir, leave
Okay,
this.
they are literally waiting on
We gotta move. We gotta go, guys. Okay, no, we gotta go. We gotta go. Go. We gotta go. We gotta move. We gotta go.
Let's go. We're going.
Look at this. That is our head of
We
security.
gotta go, guys.
Let's go. He's right.
We have to go.
We gotta go. Go.
We have to go.
We are going.
Unbelievably.
U.S. Press, we are going.
We would never go.
We are going. We are going. Rachel, make sure you're in this.
Go.
Be gentle, but we are going. Don't run over anybody. Do not do what they did to us.